today. Hotep, hey, this is Michael Imhotep, founder of the African History Network, host of the African History Network show. I'm a talk show host, researcher, lecturer, writer, and historian. So it is Thursday, April 16th, 2020, and we are live. Everybody share this broadcast on your Facebook page. Invite your friends to tune in also. And share it on your social media platforms. So I wanted to talk about the new unemployment numbers that came out today. And this deals with those who filed for unemployment the previous week. New York Times has reporting on this, Washington Post, NBCnews.com. And we see that another 5.2 million people just last week filed for unemployment. And this is all tied to, around the coronavirus and the impact that the coronavirus is having on the U.S. economy. Okay, and once again, this is an example of how government is impacting every aspect of our lives, and this is an example of how elections have consequences as well. So we see that 5.2 million people filed for unemployment last week. The week before that, it was 6.6 million. The week before that, it was 6.9 million. The week before that, it was 3.3 million. Now you have almost 22 million people, approximately, who filed for unemployment in the last 4 weeks. I also want to do an update on the $350 billion small business program, small business loan program, that's part of that $2.2 trillion stimulus bill, coronavirus bill, the CARES Act, because the White House is now reporting that that fund is out of money, loaning money to small businesses. The White House is now reporting that that fund is out of money, okay? And it's expected that there's going to be another round of funding for small businesses also. All right, how you doing, Mildred and Carlos and Rosella? Everybody share this broadcast on your social media platforms and invite your friends to tune in. Okay, and then I want to do an update on information coming from the IRS regarding stimulus checks and dispel some myths and some conspiracy theories and just a bunch of nonsense floating around on social media also, all right? Okay, so if we look at, a second here, okay. So if we look at reporting from New York Times, or I'm sorry, Washington Post. This is, and in Washington Post, they're saying that this is close to depression level unemployment. Okay, this is close to depression level unemployment. U.S. now has 22 million unemployed, wiping out a decade of job gains. Last week, 5.2 million people filed unemployment claims, bringing the total to 22 million in the 4 weeks since Donald Trump declared a national emergency. So we know it was March 13th, 2020, that Donald Trump declared coronavirus a national emergency. So this was after weeks of downplaying the severity of it. February 28th, 2020, at a rally in South Carolina, Donald Trump said it was the Democrats' new hoax. We know, looking at reporting from the New York Times, looking at evidence that has come out, that there were warnings going back to November 2019 from the intelligence community, and Donald Trump ignored those warnings, okay? The New York Times had a big article from April 11th, 2020. This article is about 16 pages, I know, because I printed it out, okay, and I've read it. He could have seen what was coming. He could have seen what was coming behind Trump's failure on the virus. He could have seen what was coming behind Trump's failure on the virus. An examination reveals the president was warned about the potential for a pandemic, but that internal divisions, lack of planning, and his faith in his own instincts led to a halting response. Read this entire article from the New York Times, okay? This is just one example of this type of information that has come out and explaining how Trump ignored the warnings for months dealing with coronavirus. Okay, and then also there was a a big one from Politico.com. Trump broke the agencies that were supposed to stop the COVID-19 epidemic. Trump broke the agencies that were supposed to stop the COVID-19 epidemic. All right, so let's go back to this article from Washington Post. So more than 22 million Americans have filed for unemployment aid since Donald Trump declared a national emergency 4 weeks ago, a staggering loss of jobs that has wiped out a decade of employment gains and pushed families to line up at food banks as they await government help. Now, we know that there were 701,000 jobs lost in at the beginning of April when the March jobs report came out. 701,000 jobs were lost in the month of April. 701,000 jobs were lost in the month of April, which ended 113 consecutive months of private sector job growth. That ended 113 consecutive months of private sector job growth that started in 2010. Who was president in 2010? Because the majority of the 113 consecutive months of private sector job growth happened under President Barack Obama, and Trump doesn't want to give President Obama any credit for saving the economy, and then wants to lie on President Obama for Trump's mishandling of the coronavirus. So if we go back and look at this here, last week 5.2 million people filed unemployment insurance claims, the Labor Department reported on Thursday, April 16th, making it among one of the bigger spikes, although smaller than the 6.6 million people who applied the week before and the record 6.9 million people who applied the week that ended March 28th. Because when the March 28th numbers were reported, it was 6.6 million that filed for unemployment. Last week when the numbers came out, last Thursday when the numbers came out, they had to adjust it upwards and say it was actually 6.9 million people who filed for unemployment. There's going to be more. The next week, there are going to be millions more who file. As people are filing in these Republican states where Republican governors are having to institute stay-in orders, as the websites that people go to apply for unemployment get fixed, as more people are added to work in the unemployment department at the various states to handle this massive number of claims, you're going to see this number continue to skyrocket. We know right here in Michigan, Detroit Free Press is reporting today that Michigan unemployment claims top 1 million, 3 times more than during the recession. Okay? There's only 10 million people in the state of Michigan. 1 million are unemployed. There's only 10 million people in the state of Michigan. And we right here in Detroit on local news, we've seen numerous stories talking about the debacle of people trying to apply for unemployment at Michigan.gov, at the unemployment website, and it crashing, etc. Now, some people are able, after they try, some people are able, of course, to apply. They've added more employees to handle the unemployment claims, and they've added more employees because they have a virtual chat as well to answer people's questions and things like that dealing with unemployment. As they fix a lot of these websites across the country, state of New York, state of Michigan, etc., as they fix a lot of these websites and more people are able to actually apply who lost their jobs 2, 3, 4 weeks ago, okay, you're going to see this number continue to go up. All right, so the U.S. has not seen this level of job loss. 22 million people applying for unemployment in a month. The U.S. has not seen this level of job loss since the Great Depression. Since the Great Depression. And the government is struggling to respond fast enough to the deadly coronavirus health crisis and the economic crisis triggered by shutting down so many businesses. So it was the governors who had to step up and institute stay orders because of a lack of leadership and a lack of guidance coming from the White House, specifically from Donald Trump. because of a lack of leadership and lack of guidance coming from Donald Trump. Governors had to step up. Governor Gretchen Whitmer here in Michigan, Governor Andrew Cuomo in the state of New York, Governor J.B. Pritzker in the state of Illinois, Governor Mike DeWine in the state of Ohio, etc. You had governors who had to step up. Governor Larry Hogan in the state of Maryland, who had to step up and institute these state orders and institute guidelines to slow the spread of coronavirus so that hospitals would not be overrun with people having to stay in intensive care units, having to be quarantined, needing ventilators, etc. So the eye-popping job loss in the past month, the eye-popping job losses in the past month have erased virtually all of the 22.8 million jobs gained from February 2010 to February 2020 during the rebound from the Great Recession. Okay, the eye-popping job losses in the past month have erased virtually all of the 22.8 million job losses gained from February 2010 to February 2020, basically that 10-year period of time, during the rebound from the Great Recession. Once again, for those who don't remember, President Barack Obama was president in 2010, okay? For those that some reason don't remember. And you know, what's interesting, I saw this week there was a protest at the state's capital in Lansing, Michigan. And you had about 15,000 people came out, most of them white, most of them Trump supporters, who came out to protest against Governor Gretchen Whitmer's executive order, the stay-in order, but also she added new restrictions to the stay-in order. Now, some of the new restrictions, there are some inconsistencies in some of these new restrictions. I'll probably talk about this on my Sunday night show, the African History Network show, 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on 9:10 a.m. Superstation WFDF, because if you live in the state of Michigan and you want to go up north to your cottage or rental property up north, you're prohibited from doing that with her new executive order. But if you live in the state of Illinois and you own rental property or a cottage up north, northern Michigan, you can go to your rental property in northern Michigan. Okay. Also, she prohibited stores like Menards and Home Depot and things like this from selling gardening equipment and seeds to plant crops, to plant vegetation, to plant plants, things like this. And she's trying to get people from coming out, from coming out of the house, going shopping. And what happened was the state's attorney general here in the state of Michigan went after Menards. I think she issued a cease and desist order or something, because Menards, which sells home improvement products and things like this, Menards was advertising sales and advertising gardening equipment and things like this. And what they're saying is, it's like, look, don't promote to people to come to your store and buy this stuff unless it's something advertising gardening equipment and things like this. And what they're saying is, he's like, look, we want people to stay at home. Don't promote to people now I can come to your store and buy this stuff unless it's to take out ads on TV, something advertising gardening equipment and things like this. And what they're saying is, he's like, look, we want people to stay at home. Don't promote to people. Now I can come to your store and buy this stuff unless it's to take out ads on TV, something advertising gardening equipment and things like this. And what they're saying is, he's like, look, we want people to stay at home. Don't promote to people. Now I can come to your store and buy this stuff unless it's to take out ads on TV, something advertising gardening equipment and things like this. And what they're saying is, he's like, look, we want people to stay at home. Don't promote to people. Now I can come to your store and buy this stuff unless it's to take out ads on TV, something advertising gardening equipment and things like this. And what they're saying is, he's like, look, we want people to stay at home. Don't promote to people. Now I can come to your store and buy this stuff unless it's to take out ads on TV, something advertising gardening equipment and things like this. And what they're saying is, he's like, look, we want people to stay at home. Don't promote to people. Now I can come to your store and buy this stuff unless it's to take out ads on TV, something advertising gardening equipment and things like this. And what they're saying is, he's like, look, we want people to stay at home. Don't promote to people. Now I can come to your store and buy this stuff unless it's where they get the seeds and plant the seeds and track how long it takes for the seeds to bud and things like this. You may want them to plant some tomatoes, etc. So now you're telling people they can't go to the store and buy these types of products. Okay, that's problematic right there. But once again, this is an example of government regulating business. This is what the people who said in 2016 don't vote. We just going to do economic empowerment and invest in the stock market. That's ridiculous. Yes, we need to do that, but also government impacts every aspect of your life. Government, laws, policies, statutes, ordinances, amendments, and treaties. They regulate business. This is an example of this. This is the governor, through executive order, regulating what stores can sell and what they can't sell. Enforcement by a fine. So, how's everybody doing? Diane and Mildred. Everybody share this broadcast. Also, if you like this type of information, you can donate to the African History Network, $, the AHN Show, through Cash App, $, the AHN Show, through Cash App, then also through PayPal, paypal.me/the AHN Show, or at our website, AfricanHistoryNetwork.com. And just click on the yellow donate button on the homepage of our website. All of my DVD lectures are available at our website also, AfricanHistoryNetwork.com, my DVD lectures and my digital downloads, and that includes 6 principles of political self-defense, understanding how laws and policies impact the economic conditions of African Americans. 6 principles of political self-defense, understanding how laws and policies impact the economic conditions of African Americans. So the job losses in the past month of 22 million, okay, people filing for unemployment, has virtually erased all of the 22.8 million jobs gained from February 2010 to February 2020 during the rebound from the Great Recession. A growing number of economists warn that recovering from the Great Lockdown is going to, or the Great Lockdown or the stay-in orders, things like this, the impact coronavirus is having on the economy. Recovering from this is going to take a long time, and millions of Americans are likely to remain out of work through the end of 2020. Even after parts of the economy reopen, and Donald Trump is putting together this ridiculous advisory committee to advise on how to restart the economy. He didn't shut down the economy. That was governors that did this. And then also when I looked at the people who own it, you got Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump. He didn't have any doctors. He didn't have any medical experts on there so far. It's just ridiculous. It's just for show. He's trying to save the economy, to save his presidency so he can get reelected, and he wants to avoid being charged with crimes in the state of New York. He wants the statute of limitations to run out on various charges that are pending in the state of New York, things like this. This is for show. It was governors that instituted these executive orders. It was governors that shut down businesses. It was governors that instituted stay-at-home orders and things like this. That wasn't the president. That wasn't the White House. They instituted guidelines. They didn't institute any executive orders to shut anything down. Okay? Oh, you reduced, you stopped people coming in from China. But remember when he introduced the travel ban? The UK wasn't on there at first. And then people said, wait a second, why isn't the UK? And then he had to add the UK. Yeah, you stopped that after people from China were coming here. You stopped that. But I'm talking about as far as shutting down actual businesses in these states. That wasn't the White House. So we'll post the link again here. Somebody asked for the link. Just a second here. All right. Okay, so let me post this here. Okay, how's everybody doing? Xavier and Haslin and Ruth. Follow us on our Facebook fan page, The African History Network, The African History Network, and my YouTube channel, Michael Imhotep, IMHOTEP on YouTube. All right, so in addition to health concerns, Americans typically slash their spending when they see widespread job losses and pay cuts among their friends and family members. Another issue likely to prevent a rapid recovery. So a lot of people are saying, so Trump is saying at the White House press conferences, the coronavirus press conferences, which are really campaign rallies and really provide very little information. Governor Andrew Cuomo's press conferences and Governor Gretchen Whitmer's press conferences are much more, there's a lot more information and factual information there. But Donald Trump is saying when we open back up the economy is going to come roaring back and things like that. There's no guarantee of that because people are still going to be leery about going outside. And a lot of these businesses that have shut down are not going to come back. Last week here in Michigan, I heard a statistic that 1/3 of the restaurants in Michigan were expected not to survive this coronavirus economy. 1/3 of the restaurants in Michigan. MarketWatch.com had an article from, I think it was last week, well, actually early April, before the $350 billion from the stimulus bill targeting small businesses was released. But they estimated that 43% of small businesses were not going to survive the shutdown in the economy, the coronavirus economy. They estimated that 43% of small businesses were not going to survive. We see now the White House is reporting basically after a week, the $350 billion is gone. Okay? So they're waiting on the Senate and the House of Representatives to come up with another bill for more funding for small businesses. But there's going to be a lot of small businesses that don't survive this horrific economy, and there's going to be a lot of African-American owned businesses that don't survive either. All right, and we'll post a link here to that article from MarketWatch.com also. But once again, this is government impacting your business. Politics is the legal distribution of scarce wealth, power, and resources, and the writing of laws, statutes, ordinances, amendments, and treaties, their adoption, interpretation, and enforcement. This is government regulating your business. So the U.S. unemployment rate is already over 20%. The U.S. unemployment rate is already over 20%, according to two professors who are tracking the data in real time. It is expected to remain close to 10% through the end of 2020, meaning 1 in 10 people would still be out of work at during the holidays, the National Association for Business Economics says. Now, Patrick Harker, Harker, is president of the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia. And Patrick Harker said, we are going to go through a couple of quarters, at least, where things will be bad. He said, I could see a job loss number hovering around or slightly below 20%. Now, every state and nearly every industry has experienced job losses because of the nationwide lockdown. Several key swing states dealing with the 2020 presidential election, several key swing states for the upcoming presidential election are among those hit hardest as layoffs in manufacturing and hospitality mount. In the state of Michigan, 21% of workers have applied for unemployment in the past month. The state of Michigan, 21% of workers have applied for unemployment in the past month. There's going to be more in the state of Michigan because a lot of them can't get through on the website to complete the process to file for unemployment. In the state of Pennsylvania and Nevada and Ohio, they have close to 20% of their workers out of work. And in the state of Ohio is nearly 15% of Ohioans who are out of work. The worst state of all is the state of Hawaii, with nearly 22% of work since nearly 22% out of work since the tourism industry has been devastated. Now, Donald Trump liked to continue to brag that the unemployment rate for African Americans was at a historic low. Even when it was still going up, he kept claiming it's a historic low. I want to see if he claims now that the unemployment rate for African Americans is at a historic low. Elections have consequences. Now, economist Ernie Tedeschi of Evercore ISI, which is a research firm, said households are spooked by the idea that they might lose their jobs again or have their hours cut again. They see so many different ways their lives can get disrupted. They are not going to be confident that things are back to normal until well after the virus has passed. Now, Ernie Tedeschi is a former Treasury Department official, and he said the psychological scars of so many job losses are likely to be long-lasting. He said he pointed to how millennials have been reluctant to buy homes years after the Great Recession because they are still spooked by seeing so many family and friends experience foreclosure or personal bankruptcy. And I had friends, I saw this happen with a lot of people. We saw it here in Detroit. We saw a lot of people here in Detroit, a lot of foreclosures here, a lot of personal bankruptcies right here in the city of Detroit. And that's why, that's why I'm leery of taking on that type of debt. I know in theory, the value can appreciate as long as you can pay the property taxes and all that. And I understand the theory, right? Sounds good. But it's like, no, being here in the city of Detroit and seeing so many foreclosures, I'm leery of taking on debt like that. Now, government aid has been slow to arrive as state unemployment offices struggle to process the deluge of cases. And about half of the federal government stimulus checks have yet to go out because the Internal Revenue Service lacks people's latest bank account information. Okay, so once again, you can, so at irs.gov/coronavirus, irs.gov/coronavirus, they have information there where you can update your bank account information if you want direct deposit. We know that checks started going out this week. If you talk to anybody who works at a restaurant or something like that, they can tell you it's been very, very busy this week. Okay. But you can go to irs.gov/coronavirus and update information there. And then I know they may have a faster way to do it. They also have a link here to check your payment status as well, for your stimulus check, to check your payment status. They have that also. Okay, there's a link there as well. irs.gov/coronavirus. So, but half of the stimulus checks have yet to go out because the Internal Revenue Service lacks people's latest bank account information. We also know that people who want a paper check is going to be delayed a few days because Donald Trump at first wanted his signature on the check, and then instead of his signature, they're going to print his name on the paper checks because the signature of the president does not go on checks coming from the Treasury Department. Washington Post reported Trump denied he wanted his name on stimulus checks. Here's how it happened. Trump denied he wanted his name on stimulus checks. Here's how it happened. He's trying to take credit for the stimulus checks. Now, if you go back and you research this, Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin is the one who negotiated the stimulus bill on behalf of the White House. He negotiated with Senator Chuck Schumer, Senate Minority Leader for the Democrats, Senator Mitch McConnell, Senate Majority Leader, and also Nancy Pelosi, House Speaker. Steve Mnuchin felt that a one-time stimulus check of $1,200 was too much money. Steve Mnuchin felt that $1,200 was too much money. Steve Mnuchin is a multimillionaire, by the way, okay? Totally out of touch with everyday people. Trump wanted his name on it to try to take credit for the stimulus check. And he really wants to use this as a campaign tool. Okay, so when people get it, 80 million people get it, his name will be on there. But this should be a reminder to people that this is his fault. See, Trump is the arsonist who set the fire. And then he's doing interviews on TV talking about how he called the fire department to report the fire. Well, you're the one that set the fire. He's the arsonist and the person that called the fire department to come put the fire out that he set. So when Donald Trump publicly denied on April 3rd, 2020, that he wanted his signature on stimulus checks that would be sent to millions of Americans struggling amid a pandemic, officials in the Treasury Department were already secretly working on a plan to get the president's name on the payments. Donald Trump was reportedly musing about placing his signature on the checks as early as late March, defended the unprecedented move on Wednesday. He defended the unprecedented move on Wednesday, April 15th, 2020. Donald Trump said, "I don't know too much about it, but I understand my name is there. I don't know where they're going, how they're going. I do understand it's not delaying anything, and I'm satisfied with that. I don't imagine it's a big deal. I'm sure people will be very happy to get a big, fat, beautiful check, and my name is on it." End quote. The effort to put Trump's name on millions of economic impact payment checks, began shortly after Donald Trump on March 27th signed the bipartisan $2 trillion legislation, $2.2 trillion bill, the CARES Act, aimed at stemming the financial fallout from a global pandemic that has halted much of the economy. It will be the first time a president's name appears on an Internal Revenue Service disbursement, because that's not usually how this works. The president's name usually is not on a Treasury disbursement, IRS disbursement. While Donald Trump has spent recent weeks talking with friends and supporters about his coronavirus response and his re-election campaign, the effort to place his name on the checks was largely kept secret until this week, with top White House officials in the dark until the plan became public. The White House press office did not respond to requests for comment on Wednesday, April 15th. Some senior officials at the IRS did not find out about the plan until Tuesday morning, underscoring the unorthodox process that has turned Trump's desire into reality. After privately suggesting to Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin that he be allowed to formally sign the checks, Trump settled for having his name printed in the memo section, according to administration officials who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss internal deliberations. The placement of Trump's name on the stimulus checks was taken out of the hands of the IRS early in the process, according to two government officials. The plan has been closely held within the IRS, and Commissioner Charles Rettig has not discussed it on his daily calls with his top executives, senior agency officials said. When the decision came down from the Treasury Department late this past Monday that the first batch of paper checks would include Donald J. Trump on the memo line, it was announced to just 5 senior IRS officials. The IRS, already tasked with quickly dispersing hundreds of billions of dollars in payments to Americans, is now rushing to prepare checks that bear Trump's name. The signature line will continue to feature the name of a civil servant, keeping with long-standing practice, but the IRS must change the computer code to add Trump's name before the Bureau of the Fiscal Service can print the checks, officials said. Read the rest of this. Read the rest of this article here from Washington Post. Trump denied he wanted his name on stimulus checks. Here's how it happened. Okay, this is from April 15th, 2020, from Washington Post. This is how petty he is. Okay, this is an example of how elections are consequences. This is how petty he is. This is one of the reasons why he's dangerous and why he has to be removed from office, why he has to be voted out of office. Republicans were too cowardly. Republicans in the Senate were cowardly to impeach him, and they knew he was guilty. Okay, and those Republicans that did that, when they come up for re-election, all of them need to be voted out of office as well. Okay, because they violated their oath of office to defend the Constitution against enemies, both foreign and domestic. All right, so let's continue with dealing with 5.2 million people filing for unemployment, 22 million people in the past 4 weeks. So government aid has been slow to arrive as state unemployment offices struggle to process the deluge of cases, and about half of the federal government stimulus checks have yet to go out because the Internal Revenue Service lacks people's latest bank account. Now, the 22 million jobless figure is likely an understatement, since most gig workers and temporary employees have not been able to apply for aid yet. Now, I know in the state of Michigan, starting April 10th, those who were independent contractors and gig workers, those part of the gig economy, they do Uber and Lyft and DoorDash, things like this. They were able to start applying April 10th. Okay, there's going to be more who fall into that category who haven't applied yet or haven't been able to apply because the website keeps crashing. Joseph Bruselas, Brusuelas, is chief economist at audit firm RSM. And Joseph said, once one adds in those not captured by the data, we are almost certainly facing a 20% unemployment rate now. At this point in the pandemic, roughly 1 in every 7 individuals in the workforce is unemployed. Now, only 19 states are accepting applications from gig workers and others who normally don't qualify for traditional aid, but are supposed to get the $600 a week pandemic unemployment that Congress approved in March. Okay, that bill passed March 26, signed into law March 27th by Trump. According to Employ America, which is tracking the state unemployment office problems closely, the remaining states will not accept applications until later this month or in May. So a few weeks ago, CNBC.com had an article where they estimated that 47 million people are going to be unemployed. There's a delay right now, only 19 states are accepting applications from gig workers and independent contractors and things like this. As they continue to apply and going into May, you're going to continue to see the number of people unemployed skyrocket. Okay, so you can read the rest of this article here. This is from Washington Post. U.S. now has 22 million unemployed, wiping out a decade of job gains. Now, keep in mind, this happened under the unstable genius. He's supposed to be the big businessman. He's supposed to make America great again. America's going to be #1 again, all this stuff. Well, we look at coronavirus cases. America is #1 in coronavirus cases in the world. America is beating the world. America's #1. USA. We see that there's 640,000, a little more than 640,000 cases, reported cases in the U.S. The second country behind the U.S. is Spain with 182,000. America's #1 there. We see there's a total of a little more than 2 million confirmed cases worldwide. 139,000 deaths worldwide, a little more than 139,000 deaths worldwide. We also see that in the U.S. there's been a total of 3.2 million who've been tested in the U.S. Okay, 3.2 million tested in the U.S. We see in the U.S. There's been a little more than 31,000 deaths also as well. So the U.S., if I remember correctly, the U.S. leads the world in deaths. Yeah, the U.S. leads the world in deaths and reported cases. So America is #1 there. So we can give that credit to Donald Trump also. Now, NBCnews.com also has a good article. Another 5 million people filed jobless claims last week, bringing total to almost 22 million in 1 month. So check that out as well. That's at NBCnews.com. And we'll post this link here. All right, now, CNBC had a really good article debunking a lot of this nonsense floating around on social media, dealing with coronavirus and the stimulus checks, things like this. Now, I've been talking about a lot of this information for about the past month. Well, since the bill came out, and giving you updates on the coronavirus bill and the stimulus checks and things like this, right? So a lot of people have been watching my broadcast and seeing that. Will you have to pay back the coronavirus stimulus check plus 6 other stimulus myths debunked? Okay, this is from April 13th and April 14th from CNBC.com. So myth number one, the stimulus checks are taxed. I saw people posting this nonsense on social media, and I had to correct them. I don't know where people are getting all this nonsense from. Just all of a sudden, people just start posting this nonsense. Okay? The stimulus checks are not taxable income. The checks, which are worth $1,200 for individuals earning up to $75,000 a year, and $2,400 for couples earning up to $150,000 a year jointly, plus $500 for dependents under 17, are structured as refundable tax credits. Are structured as refundable tax credits. That is why even people who do not typically file tax returns qualify for these payments, according to the Tax Foundation, an independent think tank. And then also, if you go to irs.gov/coronavirus, they have a fact sheet here, and they go through and they have information here where they answer a lot of these questions also. So you can find a lot of this information also at irs.gov/coronavirus. All right. Number two, I would have to pay back the stimulus check next tax season. I would have to pay back the stimulus check next tax season. Assuming all the information on your tax returns is correct, you will not repay the check next spring. You may even receive more money when you file your 2020 taxes, while the checks are based off your 2019 or 2018 tax returns to get your money now. They are technically credits for 2020 taxes per the Tax Foundation. If it turns out that you should receive a larger credit based on your 2020 adjusted gross income, then you will receive the difference next year. Quote, if a taxpayer's income drops in 2020, they will be eligible for any remaining rebate credit that they were not able to claim using the 2019 or 2018 return. On the other hand, you will not be penalized by the IRS if your 2020 adjusted gross income is higher than this year's, according to the Tax Foundation. Quote, if the amount of a credit a taxpayer qualifies for in 2020 is less than it was based on their 2019 return, it does not have to be paid back, end quote. So you can read the rest of these. They have 7 myths that they're debunking. You can check out the rest of these. And we know people who receive Social Security, they are eligible also. And there was a change in last week where they don't have to, people who don't normally have to file a tax return, they don't have to file a tax return either. Those who get Social Security, SSI, things like that. Social Security and other benefits recipients are not eligible. That's a myth. With a few exceptions, as long as you have a Social Security number and meet the income eligibility requirements, you will receive a stimulus check. Those who receive Social Security retirement benefits, as well as disability and railroad retirement benefits, will not need to file a new tax return to receive their payments if they otherwise qualify. The IRS will use the bank account information it already has. Okay, so you can read the rest of this article here from CNBC.com, entitled Will You Have to Pay Back the Coronavirus Stimulus Check? Plus 6 other stimulus myths debunked. Also, visit irs.gov/coronavirus, irs.gov/coronavirus for more information also. Now, the White House is reporting that the stimulus, that $350 billion for small businesses as part of the stimulus bill, that money has basically been depleted. Okay, I'm going to talk about that in just a minute here. Also, when we look at the coronavirus updates, the live updates from the Washington Post, they are reporting that Facebook said it will alert users who interact with coronavirus misinformation by putting a message in their news feed directing people to official information from the World Health Organization. Okay, and that's good because there's a whole lot of misinformation floating around on social media, especially Facebook. Also, doctors and drug companies in the United States have launched more than 100 human experiments in a disorganized and scattershot effort to find treatments for coronavirus patients. So as we see Donald Trump trying to push to get governors to restart the economy on May 1st, and many governors like Governor Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan, Governor Larry Hogan of Maryland, Governor Andrew Cuomo, they're saying, look, this is not the time to try to do this. Because as Dr. Anthony Fauci said, if you start backing off of the mitigation and things like this too soon, then you're going to allow for an increase in the spread of coronavirus and increase in the number of deaths. The other thing that people have to understand is that viruses usually hit in waves. It's not just one wave. When we go look at the Great Pandemic in 1918, the Spanish flu pandemic in 1918, that hit basically in 3 waves. The second wave in later in 1918, when that second wave hit, that second wave was deadlier than the first wave. And then there was a third wave that hit in early 1919, like January, February 1919. But then when that second wave hit, because the virus, it's believed that like in Europe, the virus mutated for that second wave. That second wave was more devastating, and this was during World War I also. That second wave was more devastating than the first wave. So viruses hit in waves also. Okay, so this is something important for people to understand. It doesn't seem like Trump really understands this. He's more concerned about saving the economy so he can save his presidency and be reelected. Maryland Governor Larry Hogan says now would be the worst possible time to lift restrictions. He's a Republican saying this. Maryland Governor Larry Hogan said he is working to lift restrictions in his state, but that now would be the worst possible time to roll them back. Larry Hogan's comments on NBC's Today Show came hours before he was scheduled to have a conference call with Donald Trump, Vice President Mike Pence, and the nation's governors to discuss federal guidelines to reopen the U.S. economy. Governor Hogan is the chairman of the National Governors Association. He said, quote, everybody wants to get our economy back and get people back to work and get our small businesses open, but we also want to make sure we do it in a safe way, that we're not just ramping things back up and endangering the lives of thousands of people. Okay, Washington Post has that reporting in their live updates. Maryland Governor Hogan says now would be the worst possible time to lift restrictions. So also, we're seeing that the money from the stimulus bill for small businesses is basically depleted as well. And that went in about a week. Let's see here. Just let me grab this other article. White House says new small business loan program is out of money, leaving many firms grasping for lifelines. Lawmakers cannot agree on how to update the $350 billion Paycheck Protection Program, which Republicans say ran out of money in just 2 weeks. This is from April 16, 2020. A new lending program for small businesses maxed out Thursday morning and stopped accepting claims, but a bitterly divided Congress looked unlikely to address that growing problem as the nation plunged into unemployment levels not seen since the Great Depression. The Small Business Administration, SBA, and visit their website, sba.gov. The Small Business Administration said on its website that the agency, quote, is unable to accept new applications based on available appropriations funding, end quote. Now, Republicans and Democrats say more action is needed to build on the massive $2 trillion economic rescue law passed just 3 weeks ago, on the massive $2 trillion economic rescue law passed just 3 weeks ago, but they cannot agree on what to do. The economy continues to weaken, but lawmakers are scattered all over the country, advancing conflicting proposals and bickering. Because Congress is on recess, the House of Representatives and the US Senate, they're on recess right now, so they're communicating through conference calls. So the impasse has become so heated that Donald Trump lashed out at House Speaker Nancy Pelosi on Thursday morning, just one day after he threatened to adjourn Congress because he complained nothing was getting done. The $350 billion Paycheck Protection Program was a central piece of the coronavirus rescue law, overwhelmed by demand from the moment it launched on April 3rd. The program has now essentially run dry as small businesses around the nation beg for relief. A lot of these small businesses are not going to survive. A lot of them are African-American owned businesses that are not going to survive. Okay, so once again, when Donald Trump in 2016, when Trump was running for president, and Donald Trump asked African-Americans, what the hell do you have to lose? The correct answer would be everything. When Donald Trump asked African-Americans, what the hell do you have to lose? The correct answer would be everything. And this is what's taking place. When we look at the reporting from the New York Times from April 10th, Black-owned businesses could face hurdles in federal aid program. No, they are facing hurdles. They ain't could. They are facing a lot of hurdles. Now, there was some, a smaller percentage, who were able to get the money, but the majority of African-American-owned businesses applying for this money were not able to get it for various reasons. Minority business owners have always struggled to secure bank loans, especially African-American business owners. Now, many banks want to deal only with existing customers when making loans through the government's $349 billion aid package. So I dealt with this article on my Sunday night show, the April 12th edition of the African History Network show. And that's at our YouTube channel, Michael Imhotep, IMHOTEP. That's at our Facebook fan page, the African History Network. You can watch it in its entirety, and it's also an audio podcast format at AfricanHistoryNetwork.com. Just click on listen to podcasts on the homepage. Wherever you get your podcasts from, Stitcher, iTunes, CastBox, FM player, just search for the African History Network show, the African History Network show, because we're on 8 different podcast platforms. Also, African-American business owners, post the name of your business here on the thread of the broadcast. We'll let you know how you can advertise with the African History Network. The documentary Wilmington on Fire, which tells the story about the Wilmington Massacre of 1898, before Tulsa, Oklahoma, Black Wall Street in 1921, before the Redwood Massacre of 1923, you had Wilmington, North Carolina in 1898. The documentary Wilmington on Fire is available at wilmingtononfire.com, wilmingtononfire.com, and also is available on digital download from Vimeo as well. Visit wilmingtononfire.com for more information, wilmingtononfire.com for more information. A lot of people are looking for something to read while they are at home, while they're being quarantined. The book Black Heroes of Fire is a great book to read, and it's a great historical book. This book is written by DeKalb Walcott Jr., and it tells the story of Engine Number 21. Engine Number 21 was Chicago's first organized paid African-American firefighting company. Find out about their heroism and their exploits in the book Black Heroes of Fire, the history of the first African-American firefighting company in Chicago. It's available right now at Amazon.com, and also the website BlackHeroesOfFire.com, BlackHeroesOfFire.com. Now, a lot of people are looking for educational information for their children, and then also they may be looking at advice on dating. LoyalDetermined.com can help you with both of these. Loyal Determined offers online dating courses for both women and men, which are easy to follow and will help you to improve your existing relationship or assist you in making your next relationship succeed. LoyalDetermined.com also offers online math courses for students who want to sharpen their skills in courses like Algebra 1 and Algebra 2 in an engaging and effective way. LoyalDetermined.com is constantly offering awesome new online courses to help you improve your life. To be sure, so be sure to check out their website frequently. Visit their website today, loyaldetermined.com, loyaldetermined.com. All right, let's continue. So we see a depletion of the $350 billion for small businesses. And the $350 billion Paycheck Protection Program was a central piece of the coronavirus rescue law. Overwhelmed by demand from the moment it launched on April 3rd, the program has now essentially run dry as small businesses around the nation beg for relief. The program is aimed at helping businesses with under 500 employees and keeping people employed by extending loans that are forgivable if businesses keep workers on payroll. So if you follow certain stipulations, like not laying off any employees, the loan switch from a loan to a grant, which means you don't have to pay them back. The Small Business Administration reported on Thursday, April 16th, that more than 1,637,000 loan applications valued at over $339 billion have been approved. So I want to know what percentage of those were for African-American owned businesses. More than 1,637,000 loan applications valued at over $339 billion have been approved. Also, PayPal announced earlier this week, I think it was Monday, either Monday or Tuesday, PayPal announced that if you are a PayPal customer, you have a business account with PayPal, you can apply through PayPal for these small business loans also. That's at paypal.com. They have information at paypal.com dealing with that. So the government has not released data showing how much of that cash has been actually dispersed and given to small businesses, however, okay? Because they reported, the SBA reported Thursday morning that more than 1.6 million loan applications valued at over $339 billion has been approved, but how much of the money has actually been dispersed yet? Now, anecdotal reports from lenders and small business owners suggest only a small portion of it has been released so far, with many banks overwhelmed with applications. And it's also unclear how many firms have secured new loans, though it appears to be just a fraction of the 30 million small businesses in the United States. 30 million small businesses in the United States, 1.6 million have been approved for loans, okay? I want to know how many actually applied for loans. How many small businesses actually applied for loans? 1.6 million were approved for loans. How many actually applied for loans? And I also want to know what percentage of African-American owned businesses applied for loans and what percentage were approved. So last week, Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin asked Congress to agree to $250 billion for the program, $250 billion additional funds for the program. But a GOP attempt to approve that increase failed in the Senate as Democrats demanded more money for hospitals, cities and states, and food stamp recipients, as they should. Because hospitals, Washington Post had an article dealing with how hospitals are underfunded and hospitals now are having to cut back on staff. This article here I was looking at just yesterday. This is from April. This is from early April. Let's look at this. Yeah. This is April 9th. This is from April 9th. Starved for cash. Hospitals and doctor groups cut staff. Cash-starved hospitals and doctor groups cut staff amid pandemic. This is from April 9th, 2020, Washington Post. Cash-starved hospitals and doctor groups cut staff amid pandemic. So what a lot of people don't understand is that politics and government and law impacts not just your health care, but having hospitals in your cities and the number of hospitals in your cities. It's not just government impacting health insurance. It's also impacting the hospitals so you can go and use your health insurance. We see that there's a lack of hospitals in rural America, and 25% of African Americans live in rural America, and we see that those hospitals in rural America are being overrun with patients now. There's a lack of ventilators. There's a lack of personal protection equipment. Vox.com had a big article a couple weeks ago dealing with how rural America is being, how hospitals in rural America are being overrun. Also, let's see here. Let me see if I can pull up this article here. The coronavirus may hit rural America later and harder. The coronavirus may hit rural America later and harder. This is from March 28th. There have been other articles since then to talk about how hospitals in rural America are being overran. And a lot of people coming in don't have health insurance. They're older, okay? And a lot of them are sitting up watching Fox News and didn't believe fat meat was greasy, didn't believe coronavirus was going to get them, and it got them. Rural communities tend to be older with more chronic illnesses, making people more at risk of severe COVID-19. Read this article from Vox.com, V-O-X, Vox.com. The coronavirus may hit rural America later and harder. If we go back to Washington Post quickly here, cash-starved hospitals and doctor groups cut staff amid pandemic. So a lot of hospitals get funding from the government, state government, federal government. This is government impacting hospitals. How many hospitals a city has or a county has deals with government. Hospitals across the country have deferred or canceled non-urgent surgeries to free up bed space and equipment for COVID-19 patients. But the triage maneuver cut off a main source of income, causing huge losses that have forced some hospitals to let go of healthcare workers as they struggle to treat infected patients. Last week, Bond Secures Mercy Health, S-E-C-O-U-R-S, Mercy Health, which runs 51 hospitals in 7 states, announced it would furlough 700 workers. On Wednesday, Ballad Health, B-A-L-L-A-D, Ballad Health, which operates 21 hospitals across Tennessee and Southwest Virginia, delivered the same bad news to 1,300 employees and said executives would take pay cuts. Employees at Children's National Hospital in the district were informed this week that they must take off 1 week using either vacation time or, if they have none, unpaid leave. Hospital executives and analysts emphasize that not all of the furloughed or fired workers are directly involved in treating COVID-19 patients. Others say the furloughs help reduce the number of people in hospitals, slowing the spread of the virus. Others say the furloughs help reduce the number of people in the hospitals, slowing the spread of the virus. But the absences have put a strain on doctors, nurses, and other healthcare workers treating a surge of patients that has already stretched some healthcare systems to the breaking point. Remaining frontline workers face longer hours, and some have seen their pay cut and benefits reduced. For hospitals already in bad financial shape before the outbreak of coronavirus, the loss of income has raised doubts about their ability to keep treating patients. So Democrats are fighting for more funding in this next bill for small businesses. They're fighting for more funding for hospitals because some of these hospitals are going to collapse. John Fox, the CEO of Beaumont Health, which is Michigan's largest hospital system, said, "I'm concerned about the financially weakest 25% of hospitals because there's no way the other hospitals can absorb their COVID-19 patients." He went on to say, if they start going down, that changes the whole algebra for the size of the system to handle the pandemic. John Fox worries that a surge in patients could overwhelm more stable hospitals. He said, quote, "That's when you're treating people on the front lawn. That's when you're treating people on the front lawn." Now, it also has made it harder for some hospitals to finance the considerable cost of treating COVID-19 patients. from efforts to purchase personal protective equipment, PPE, and ventilators, to setting up drive-by testing sites. A report this week by the Inspector General for the Health and Human Services Department blamed the cash crunch for ill-timed layoffs and furloughs. Blamed the cash crunch for ill-timed layoffs and furloughs. The Inspector General said, quote, hospitals reported laying off staff due to financial difficulties, which further exacerbated workforce shortages and the hospital's ability to care for COVID-19 patients and the routine patient population, end quote. One administrator stated that it had been an absolute financial nightmare for hospitals. Now, Michigan's Beaumont hospital system is one of the more financially stable hospital systems in the country. John Fox, CEO of Beaumont Hospital System, stated this. He went on to say, under normal conditions, the company earns about $16 million each month in net operating income, but after postponing elective surgeries, Beaumont Hospitals is losing about $100 million a month. So this is government impacting hospitals. It's not just you having health insurance, it's you having hospitals in your city, in your vicinity, in your county that can accommodate you, that are not overrun with patients because they had to cut staff because of a reduction in funding or a reduction in services being provided so they can provide more attention to COVID-19 patients. Now they have a reduction in funding. Now they need increased funding from the federal government. Politics is the legal distribution of scarce wealth, power, and resources, and the writing of laws, statutes, ordinances, amendments, and treaties, their adoption, interpretation, and enforcement. So read this article here. Read the rest of it from Washington Post. Very quickly here, if we go back to the one dealing with the small businesses. This is, White House says new small business loan program is out of money, leaving many firms grasping for lifelines. And this is from April 15th. I think this article is from April 16th. This is from April 16th. Yeah. So 1.6 million small businesses have been approved for these loans from $350 billion as part of the $2.2 trillion stimulus bill, coronavirus bill. You have 30 million small businesses in the United States. So last week, Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin asked Congress to agree to $250 billion more for the program, but a GOP attempt to approve that increase failed in the Senate as Democrats demanded more money for hospitals, cities and states, and food stamp recipients, as they should. There has been scant progress since then. Talks finally started on Wednesday, April 15th, with aides to Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin and House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, but they seemed unlikely to yield results in time for action at a Senate pro forma session scheduled for Thursday afternoon, April 16th. Any deal would have to advance by voice vote or unanimous consent that any individual lawmaker could block. And see, that's unanimous consent in the U.S. Senate. That's why it's hard to get reparations. That's one of the reasons why it's hard to get reparations too. I mean, there's a whole lot of flaws with a lot of these arguments for reparations. A lot of these arguments are not legal arguments. But nobody wants to talk about reparations being blocked by unanimous consent if it comes to the Senate floor for debate, even though Senator Mitch McConnell, Senator Mitch McConnell, who's Senate Majority Leader, said reparations is dead on arrival in the U.S. Senate, which means it's not coming up for a debate or a vote in the Senate, because Senate Majority Leader controls which bills come to the floor for a debate and a vote. But even if it did, you ain't gonna get, how you gonna get past unanimous consent when any one senator, especially a Republican, can block any bill based upon unanimous consent? Senator Marsha Blackburn, Republican from Tennessee, blocked 3 election integrity bills based upon unanimous consent. And these were bills designed to protect the elections that Democrats and Republicans have to run in. She blocked that based upon unanimous consent. So a lot of people a lot of people don't want to deal with the process of actually getting reparations. They just want to deal with hashtags and we want reparations. They don't want to deal with the actual process, the actual process through the House of Representatives and the Senate, and they have it signed into law. A lot of people don't want to deal with the actual process of actually bringing that into fruition. Because when you understand the process, then you realize we got to go about this a different way. All right. Let me see if I can pull up this article. It was an article from Axios.com that was Senator Marsha Blackburn. But you can Google that also. Marsha Blackburn, Tennessee, blocks election integrity bills. I think this is here, right here, because I have all this stuff bookmarked. GOP Senator Marsha Blackburn. Is this the right one? Yeah. GOP Senator Marsha Blackburn blocks election security bills. Blocks 3 election security bills. This is from, what date is this? It'll come up. This is from this year. February 11th. Yeah, February 11th, 2020. Axios.com, AXIOS. All right. How you doing, Martisha? Okay, let's continue here. So you have them debating over more funding for the small business loans. The need is only deepening on all sides as new figures out Thursday, April 16th, showed unemployment claims once again surged over the past week, with 5.2 million people filing for unemployment insurance. More than 22 million Americans have now filed for unemployment aid since Donald Trump declared a national emergency on March 13th, 2020, after he ignored warnings going back to November 2019. Now, Senator Marco Rubio, Republican from Florida, who is the principal author of the Paycheck Protection Program, because different senators wrote different parts of that 2.2 trillion bill, okay? And also, the bill was mainly written by the Senate, okay? The bill was mainly written by the Senate. Yeah, members of the Congressional Black Caucus, most of them in the House of Representatives, only 2 members of the CBC in there's about 55 members in the CBC, only 2 are in the Senate, Senator Kamala Harris and Senator Cory Booker, because Black Tea Party Republican Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina, who already said he's not voting for reparations, he did not join the Congressional Black Caucus. Go figure. But you had members of the CBC pushing for certain things to be put in this bill, okay? A lot of the things that they wanted in the bill, they did not get. I did a separate broadcast dealing with that maybe about a month ago. But there's going to be another stimulus bill that's going to be about 2 to 4 trillion. Okay, so hopefully they'll get more of things that they wanted in that second bill. But Senator Marco Rubio, Republican of Florida, who was the principal author of the Paycheck Protection Program, lashed out at Democrats in an appearance Thursday morning on Fox Business, accusing them of standing in the way of increasing its funding. He said in just 12 days, this program has approved over $300 billion in aid, and now it's frozen. It's stopped, and it's ridiculous, he said. It's being held hostage for things unrelated to it. No, all this stuff is important because you need additional funding for hospitals and some other things also. So Trump attacked Nancy Pelosi viciously on Twitter, apparently responding to a scathing letter she released earlier this week, accusing him of weakness and lies. And she was correct. He is weak. He is a lie. He is a blatant liar. He's a con man. He's a fraud. He's a traitor to his country. He's violating his oath to the US Constitution, which he has not read. He doesn't understand the 10th Amendment, which gives states power. He doesn't understand that Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution does not give him the right to do whatever he wants. He obviously doesn't understand that Congress is a co-equal branch of government based upon Article 1 of the U.S. Constitution. So, yeah, he's a walking disaster. He's a national security threat and a walking disaster. Now, Democrats have blamed Republicans for the impasse, accusing them of refusing to negotiate over their demands for targeted assistance, such as more relief for state budgets that have been hammered by a drop in revenue. Governors of both parties have been begging Congress to approve $500 billion more in stabilization funds to help them weather the economic catastrophe. On Wednesday, April 15th, the Democratic governors of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania wrote to Donald Trump, calling on him to work with Congress and telling him, quote, without this leadership, the damage to our state economies will be exacerbated by the cuts we know we will be forced to make, end quote. We just saw this week, I think it was Wednesday, Mayor Mike Duggan of Detroit announced, it was Tuesday, and then he held a press conference Wednesday. He announced $300 million in cuts to the city's budget, which is a fallout from coronavirus and a downturn in the economy. He announced $300 million cut to the city's the city of Detroit's budget. And let me see here, because I know Freak.com has a Detroit Free Press. Let me pull this up. So once again, this is all the people talking about economic empowerment. We're going to invest in the stock market. We're just going to build businesses, and we're not going to vote things like this. The government is shutting down your business. The economy is killing your business. All this deals with politics. All right. I'm all for economic empowerment. Been dealing with that, teaching that for over 20 years. But business does not operate independently of politics and government. Government and politics regulates business and creates the economic environment that businesses operate within. So let me see here. See if I can pull this up here from Freak.com. Duggan to cut $50 million from city workforce. Is that a new one? I'm trying to get the latest information. We'll pull this up here. Detroit will negotiate deals with vendors to spread the pain of pay cuts to city workers. Okay. Now, I've been a vendor of the city of Detroit. I managed a company where we were general contractors for a city of Detroit construction project. Okay. And I managed companies where we had contracts with the city of Detroit, the county of Wayne. Wayne is the county that Detroit is in, and also the state of Michigan. So here you have the city of Detroit renegotiating deals with vendors, with business owners, to spread the pain of pay cuts to city workers. Okay, we went through that with the county of Wayne during the recession, and the county is having the less tax dollars coming in from property taxes and things like this. And we're contractors with the county of Wayne, and we win renewal on the contract, and they want to come and renegotiate with us to pay us less money because they have less money. This is government impacting the black-owned business. And most of our employees were African Americans. So a lot of these people talking this nonsense that sounds good in documentaries and things like that. Dude, when you actually out here actually doing this, it's something entirely different. This is government impacting business. Companies that do business with Detroit should expect to hear from city officials trying to spread the pain that will be required to balance Detroit's budget. One day after Mayor Mike Duggan told city employees that many of them would see dramatic cuts to their hours and pay to help offset the impact of the coronavirus on the city coffers, Chief Financial Officer Dave Massaron said Detroit would also seek savings from businesses that have long-term contracts with the city of Detroit. Quote, we're going to look to vendors for savings, end quote, Massaran said during Mike Duggan's daily news briefing Wednesday, April 15th at Eastern Market. Massaran said Detroit's purchasing director has begun contacting businesses to renegotiate their deals with the city to help offset a projected $348 million budget shortfall. They got to cut $348 million from the city of Detroit budget. Mike Duggan told city workers Tuesday night, that the city would make cutbacks to just about every employee who is not a first responder to help save $50 million, tapping into the city's rainy day fund and other surpluses will help the city avoid a budget deficit of $348 million that would otherwise pile up over the next 16 months. Much of that shortfall is due to the loss of casino taxes because the casinos are shut down based upon executive order from the governor. Dealing with coronavirus, the casinos are shut down. And the casinos are paying tax revenue to the city. So now that the casinos are shut down, that's a lack of tax revenue coming to the city of Detroit. This is government impacting every aspect of your life. Much of the shortfall is due to the loss of casino taxes and a projected drop in the city's income tax collections due to shutdowns and cutbacks stemming from the coronavirus pandemic. Mayor Mike Duggan has said casino taxes alone generate $600,000 a day for the city of Detroit, from the city of Detroit's 3 casinos that closed last month, the month of March, to help fight the spread of coronavirus. Read the rest of this article from Freak.com. This is government impacting every aspect of your life. All right, so check this out also. Freak.com is the official website of the Detroit Free Press, which is one of the two major newspapers here in Detroit, Detroit Free Press and Detroit News. So check out that article. Okay. Let's see here. So hopefully they'll get more funding in the next week or so for small businesses. Congress will approve that and Trump will sign that into law. Follow us here on our Facebook fan page, The African History Network, The African History Network. Follow me on my YouTube channel, Michael Imhotep, IMHOTEP. I'm the host of the African History Network show, founder of the African History Network. I'm a talk show host, researcher, lecturer, writer, and historian. Visit our website, AfricanHistoryNetwork.com, AfricanHistoryNetwork.com. All of my DVD lectures are there, digital downloads. You have a recommended reading list of about 70 books. Audio podcasts on my broadcasts are there also. You can donate to the African History Network. $, the AHN show through Cash App. $, the AHN show through Cash App. Also paypal.me/the AHN show. Paypal.me/the AHN show. Through Cash App as well. Through PayPal. PayPal.me/the AHN show. And $, the AHN show through Cash App. Okay. And that helps us keep doing the research, stay on the air, keep broadcasting, finance our Sunday night show as well, pay the bills, etc. Okay, so look, hey, we're going to get out of here. Remember, at the African History Network, we focus on educating, empowering, and inspiring people of African descent throughout the diaspora and around the world, because right now it's corrects wrong behavior. What you do for yourself, what you do to yourself, and what you allow other people to do to you and get away with is based upon what you think about yourself. What you think about yourself is based upon what you have been taught about yourself. What you've been taught about yourself is based upon everything you've read, heard, and seen about yourself. Okay? Remember, right now it's corrects wrong behavior. It's not over till we win. Wakanda forever.